Hello, and welcome everybody. Hello, Aninia. How are you doing? Yeah, we're gonna do another game dev stream today. We're doing fine, I guess. Okay, so yeah, I did some work off stream. So I did improve the host builder. I made my own wrapper for that. And second.
Don't tell me you're following me. Following you?
And welcome, Anle Navas. Hi. Thank you for the follow. But yeah, I did some work after our previous game dev stream. And I also ported the login server to this new generic host. 1 second. Something's wrong with my mic setup, I think. Let me check. It feels a little bit odd. No, everything seems fine. No. So yeah, for today, the plan is to finish this migration, migrate the world server and the zone server, and also do the same for the Ymirheim code base, also world server and zone server, and make sure that it works. So yeah, I guess let's start with that. So instead of that, I can just copy this, I guess, for now. Okay. Let's also remove this test for now. So what you need to do here is take this app definition and convert it to this thing. So let's see, Boulder core services have that. Entity framework and Postgres, we have that. Game data manager, we have that. So now we need all of this. Validators module. Dependency injection, validator. Do I need anything else? Entity, skill handlers, transaction logs. Well, why do I need this on the Vault server, by the way? I guess for the character management. Yeah, okay. And then we have the Vault server. So yeah, let's start with all of that. So first we need the validators. Wait. First, let's rename the file. Let me take a look. I need this. Okay, so that should be it for the validators. We can add those. Now, wall database and wall log database. Again, that's the part of the game project. It's this. Log resolver, hi. So this should be it. Also, yeah, if I have any chance of converting the namespace declarations to the newer version, that should be good. I'm doing fine, yeah. Not, well, not feeling 100%. Hopefully, but yeah, hopefully I can do this full stream. How you doing? Okay, this thing. Okay, this should be good enough. Folder wall database services, that's good. The same for the log database. Hello, Dell. How are you doing? Okay, that also should be fine. We add that to the program file. Right. This. Okay, entity module. Okay. This should be good. We add that. Scale handler module. It's now Boulder Scale Handler Services. static. Also, I keep forgetting the namespace declaration. Because yeah, this is definitely a very old code base. It was constantly modified, but yeah, all these modules were created back when you could not define namespaces, just easy simple line. Okay, so did I add entity? Yeah, I did entity services, skill handler services. Transactional log module. Okay, we add that. And now the vault server services. Okay, so for this, I basically need to convert all these files to the new extension methods. So I guess let's start from the very beginning. And I still need one of the files as an example. This one. So let's start with this. Okay. We have this. Okay, this one's done. Still have the startups that I need to change, but that's okay for now. I'm gonna leave it as it is. Wait, where am I? Skill handlers. Okay. Initializer. Third deletion. Okay. Game data tables. Mail. Okay, what's next? Just two more. So market. And the last one is the old manager. Right, what did I just type? Services. Oh, also, I forgot to enlarge the font. Sorry, guys. That should be better. Okay, what was I doing? Okay, so now we have the services defined. In the new format, we can create now the root bundle, which is just gonna be called Balder Old Server Services. And here we're doing it. I need this. Zone listener. Let me close all of this. So zone listener, not module, but services. Game data tables. World manager. Character initializer. Let's run with this one. Looks like we have a duplicate somewhere. We will see in a moment what's actually going on there when I add all of those. It should be easier to spot which one's missing. That way we know which one is a duplicate. Huh. Character initializer services. Where are the duplicates? What? Ah, it's this one. Okay, so I have that. And we also need to add these services. Party manager and test. Okay. And now we can just put that right here. Hello? Okay. And okay, we're done with the modules. Now with the services. Services. So I have app path manager, libuv worker pool, task scheduler. We don't have that. Okay. So task scheduler, where was it? Cron, task scheduler startup. This now should become service. Right, so now this returns task that completed task. This too. Now we move this one to the start. What's wrong with the task scheduler? Oh, system threading. Ah. Okay, can I import that as an alias? How do I do this? I don't think I have the refactoring that I want. Yeah. How is it working? like that. Actually, I don't want to do it like that. I would just rather import cron, and then this would be system threading tasks task. Okay. Should be good. Now we need to initialize it in the dependency injection services. And we can put it into the program. Okay. So auth manager, libv worker pool task scheduler. Yeah. Then we have game data manager. It's this one. World startup. What is that? Oh yeah, basically starting everything. So this is gonna become Vault service. Okay, let's copy all of this to start. And this should be to the stop. And this can be gone. Okay, so now we use this instead of this in here. And we add that here. Okay. We have that. Okay, so now network login connection pool. Where was that one? Network login connection pool. This now is gonna become service. Also keep forgetting about the namespace. Okay, so that's service. Now we need to return completed task. We put all of this into here. That can be gone. And this goes here. Okay, this one's done. Okay, zone listener. This can be tricky because here we need to convert, we need to create the broker factory, connection broker factory. So let's see. First of all, where do we go? Network zone listener startup. Yeah, I already see the broker, but okay. Let's start with this one. Service. Complete the task. And here we move all of this to start. This to stop. This can be gone. This can be gone. This can be gone. Now we need to register it. In here. We end it in here, but we are not done yet. So we can close that, but now I go back to the services. In here, we need to convert this broker definition to the broker factory and use it instead. Let's copy one from here. This is now going to be zone broker factory. Yeah, we need to fix this logger. Not sure why that was done, but yeah, that was a mistake. So we have zone broker factory. Now we register it in here. And for this one, we just pass the worker pool. One sec, I need to move the stuff on my desk slightly because I'm uncomfortable here. Okay, that should be better. So we have the factory here. Yeah, now we need to pass this factory to the service, not the broker. Right. Where is the login implemented? And yeah, we now need to do this. Zone broker. Actually, let's just name it broker. And let's see where we use it. Because so far, I need the creation of that broker. Right, like that. And this should be conditional. Okay. That should be it. And we also need to fix the old startup. Actually, maybe not. Just not gonna run it. Yeah. Okay. So that was zone listener. That should be good. Did I actually... Yeah, I did replace it here. Good. So that should be good enough. And we just need the test class. Where am I? Here. So this test becomes I hosted service. And we can move this to here. Did I register it? Yes. Okay, I did. Now I need to just register it here. Good. Okay. So we're done with that. Configuration is good. This thing though, for this thing, I need to get rid of the path map. How do I do that again? How does that work without path map? Oh, I guess, yeah, that's done in the Baldur game. Let's see. Yeah, I did convert that, so that's good. Validators, don't need anything. Whole database, that's good. Entity services, that's good. Skill handler, that's good. Transaction log, do we have anything specific? No, I think that should be good. Login connection pool, zone listener, game data tables. Okay, hold the manager. Yeah, we should be good. We should be good. So now Where's my console? That's Ymirheim. Let's start a new one. Okay, we have an error. Cannot convert logger factory. Oh, that's the module. I see, I see. Okay, we're good. So let's try to run it. It's probably gonna crash because the tables are missing. Let's see. Some services are not able to be constructed. Error validating service descriptor. Unable to reserve service for type. iCombat system strategy while attempting to activate default healing handler. Huh. Why do we have combat system strategy missing? I mean, I probably haven't started Vault server in the default code base for years, but combat system strategy, that goes a long time ago. Where was it? Huh. Interesting. So it's not being registered in the game services. Where do we register it in Ymirheim though? Vault server. Maybe in the game. Wait, what? Entity module. There it is. And zone server. How does that work in the Vault server? Actually, I think I know. My dependency injection container was never validated before. So I guess that was just pure luck that I wasn't actually using the service. But it does have some dependencies, right? So, I guess I need to register it. I don't want to though, because yeah, you need to configure it properly to make it work. Oh crap. Okay, we have a problem. So, what's happening is we do register skill handlers, right, in the zone server. Why do we do that? I have no idea, to be honest. Probably for the game data tables. Crap, this is gonna be hard to find. So Boulder Vault, it needs... yeah, it needs a skill table, and the skill table... skill table... where is the handler? Oh, it needs the skill handler table. This one, yeah, this one uses the container to actually get the handler type. Wait, how was that even working? It was actually creating skill handler instances. Without combat system strategy. How was that working? Am I missing something? So, Vault Server, root bundle, right? Game data tables module, that one. Yeah, we do have skill and skill handler table for the Vault Server. And it does try to actually create the instances. How? So nothing about the dependency injection. So the default combat system strategy was never actually referenced there. It's only in the zone server. How was that working? I don't understand this. I don't understand. Something's wrong. Let's take a look at this app. Yeah, it does the same. What's in the game root bundle? There it is. Aha. I see. So yeah, it was actually loading properly. It was a part of the Baldur game. No, Ymirheim server game, okay. But it was not a part of Baldur game. Right. So it was actually loading the correct combat system strategy. And yeah, I guess we do need to, during the character creation. But yeah, it was actually defined in the zone server entity module here. Right. And then it was also defined in the zone server, right? No. How was that even working? Because zone server essentially did define multiple singletons for combat system strategy. I guess one was replacing another. Let's see. So for zone server, what do we have? Zone server entity module. Okay. So this is interesting. We register Baldur game, dependency injection entity module. This doesn't register the default strategy. But then we do Ymirheim server game root bundle that does contain the combat system strategy. And then we also do, before that, we also do the zone server root bundle for the Baldur zone server that also contains. So yeah, I guess this was just overriding this. And I was lucky that that was never an issue. But yeah, the definition was incorrect. So I need to move that default system strategy from the zone server. Oh my god. From Baldur zone server entity module right here to the Boulder game. Oh my god, so many files. Game dependency injection entity module. It should be defined right here. Okay. This is it. Yeah, that should be fine. But yeah, that was a misconfiguration. But that's fine. We fixed that. So this entity module, also we need to copy that from the entity module to Boulder entity services, because that's essentially the copy, and the module should be gone later. Okay, so we have the combat system strategy now in the Boulder game. Let's double check that this one is not being used anywhere anymore. So only in Boulder game, in the class itself, and what's this? Oh, yeah, okay. Now it should be good. But yeah, I guess that never popped up because it didn't actually run the original Boulder Vault server by itself for a very long time. So that explains it. Okay, let's try to start it again. Okay, now what? Login connection poll service. Unable to resolve IAP. Huh. Default controller. Can you give me... Why don't I have the actual files? But okay, let's see. Unable to reserve service for type IAP while attempting to activate default controller. So Vault server login default controller. Vault server network controllers login default controller. This thing. So instead of this thing, now we have, what do we have? Boulder app info. Yeah, Boulder app info. We needed that for the instance guide, and I guess this is it. Let's rename that to app info. Okay, yeah, now I can remove that. Let's actually search for IAP. Oh, we have more. Oh no, those are just modules that we will delete later. And start up. Okay, should be good now. Okay, now we have missing tables. Right, so for the missing tables, I want to just point it to the correct folder with the correct CSV files, because I don't want to recreate all the files right now. So, how do we do that again? Game data tables. Now, dependency injection. Game data manager. Oh, that's the module. This one. So game data underscore, no, not underscore actually, colon data dir equals. So if we're running from within Vault server, so this is src boulder dep. Oops. So in the Vault server, one level up src when there, in boulder, in dep, in the Ymirheim server, data, local. Now what? Interesting. Wait, why doesn't this work? Let's see now. Where does it try to actually load the directories, the CSV files? So that's actually what I specified, but where does it point to? What? How is that even possible? This is weird. Ah, I forgot. Yeah, we need to remove two levels because in the project config we have the working directory 2 levels above the project folder. So that's the solution folder. Okay, now what? So is this correct? Let me see. server, Ymirheim server, data local CSV. Yeah, that should be correct. What's wrong? Oh, wait. Cannot load file or yeah, that's a problem. I know what's going on. I pointed it to the data directory that I'm using, but the problem is within that data directory, I have like the status effect functions and skill handlers configured for the Ymirheim code base, which is not available in the default Boulder code base. So crap. If I want to test the old server, I actually have to define the proper data files in the data directory there. That's a problem. But I think, oops, I wanted to launch it without any argument. Maybe we will just fix this data directory. Local is empty. So we need to fill in the missing files. So then color. I mean, I can probably just define the default color, just one color, or even make the table empty. Let's see, can it load it? Okay, skill action status effects. That can be empty. Skill action status effects. Let's see what else. Skills. Yeah, the data table is outdated, I guess. Do I have anything here? Actually, we do. Guess let's nuke it. Maybe. Let's see what's gonna happen if I feed it an empty skills file. Okay, that worked fine. Now we need item titles. That also could be empty, I guess. Unless we need it for the character creation. But okay, item titles. What else? Weapon stats. weapon types. Okay, item prototypes. Field level does not exist, so yeah, I guess let's just again put just the header of the file. So item prototypes, right? Let's get the header. Item prototypes. That. Save point. Save points. Oh my god. Okay, August. Weather. Yeah, I guess I didn't test it for a really long time, many years. This is why all these tables are missing now, but yeah. I want to do that and see what's missing. Zone weather groups. Zone weather groups. Zone instance prototypes. We have some missing fields. Zone instance prototype. This one's tricky because if I leave it empty, it won't create any zones. But I guess, yeah, for now, it's gonna be empty. I just want to load the server itself. Zone instance prototypes. What? I just did that. Zone instance prototypes. Ah. There we go. Now it started. Yeah, it doesn't have all the necessary data for it to run, but that's okay. At least it starts. And this is what I wanted to check. So, Vault server, the Boulder implementation of the Vault server is done. Now we need to make it work for the Ymirheim code base. So this one. Okay, let's do that. Vault server program. Okay, let's see. Modules. Boulder core. Have that. Ymirheim server core. Okay, let's do that. Okay. Entity framework Postgres. Entity framework Postgres. Game data manager from Boulder. Game data manager. Validators. Validators. Vault and log database. There we go. Entity and skill handlers. Entity skill handlers. Transaction log. Vault server services. Okay. Now we need Ymirheim server game services. Do I have it? I should have it. Maybe I don't. Game. No, I don't have it. Okay, so this should be, yeah, Ymirheim game services. Let's create this class. It should be static. Oh, close that one. Okay. Yeah, we also need to populate that like this. Yeah. So entity module should become entity services. Okay. We have entity services. Well, the database. One sec. Okay. This can be gone. This needs to be added here. And that's our root bundle. Okay, so I have that. Where are we? Here. So we added that. And now we need Vault server services. So that's the Boulder World Server services. We need a similar thing, but here, World Server dependency injection here. Now let's copy this. Okay, so what do we have here? Character initializer module. Yeah, I guess we need to convert all these modules now. Okay, let's do that. There should be a replace method now. Yeah, so there is a replace method, but let's see which one do we need to use. So first our default service type, implementation type, descriptor. Ah, no, we still don't have a proper replace method for implementation interfaces. That's stupid. I mean, I don't have to remove it, because yeah, it will replace just by itself, but yeah, let's leave it like it is right now, at least just in case. Okay, so we have that. Zone connection. Okay, we have these two. Now character initializer. Okay, and I guess one more, right? Maintenance module. Yeah. Should I need to prefix that one? Well, let's do prefix it. Just to be consistent. Okay. Should have everything. Now we need to just connect it as it's done in the root bundle. We need to do this here. So character initializer. Game data tables. Maintenance. Login connection. And zone connection. Okay. Now we can register it right. Wait. This is incorrectly named. Okay. We should be good. Yeah, that was the last one. Oof. So that's all the services. No, that's all the dependency injection modules. Now the hosted services. Prometheus. I can copy that from the login server. Prometheus. Okay, a path manager, which is, wait. I closed a run folder. Run file, I mean. Okay, so Prometheus, a path manager, which should be commented out. libuv worker pool. Yes. Task scheduler, yes. Game data manager, yes. World service, yeah. Login connection pool. Zone listener, and test. Okay, perfect. Also, I should probably move these test files to the Ymirheim code base, but that's okay. So we have all the startup services, hosted services. I guess now we can try to start it. Like start the actual server. Let's build it first. Okay, and run. And it looks like it does work. And it does to try to connect to the login server. Let's try to start that. Come on, connect. Oh, we have a crash on the login server side. Ah, I forgot to start Docker on sec. Yeah, my Docker virtual machine is not running, so the database is not available. Let's try now. Probably I would need to restart one more time. Yeah, it's not gonna connect. Because for some reason, the Postgres in Docker on my setup is pretty slow. At least when it starts up. There we go. Okay, and the wall is connected. Okay, perfect. Looks like it works. Okay. So we've migrated the Vault server. That's good. Now to the Zone server. So first we'll do the Boulder implementation. Skip that here. Also, I need this. Without the Vault server. That can stay like that for now. So Zone server. Let's start Boulder core. Yes. Entity framework and Postgres. I have that. Game data manager. Have that. Validator and the databases. Validator and the databases. Entity module. Yeah. Skill handler, transaction log. Okay. So far it's identical. And then we just need the Zone server services. So I need to create this. Okay, so I have that. And when it comes to the definitions in the program file, we're done with that. But now we need to actually construct this thing, and this is gonna take way more time. Okay. Well, let's do this one by one, I guess. And that's a lot. Oh, also this thing, this is something that I wanted to do. I wanted to actually replace everything with triads. Yeah, I need to make it a little bit more consistent. But okay, I guess that's gonna be the next task after we finish with the migration. So, character module. Okay, not gonna register any of that for now. We're just gonna create the service implementations. Okay, now network. Yeah, for this one, do we have a broker? Yeah, I guess gateway broker needs to be done, but okay, that's for later. First, let's just create all the definitions that we need. Ooh. Okay, so that those two folders. Now this thing. Okay. Entity module. Pretty sure we'd have to fix some of this. Because probably I would need to change the way the workers work or being created. Because I think this is the same problem that we had with the connection brokers. A lot of stuff is being created within the dependency injection container, which should not be happening. But okay, that's for later. We will see how that works. Okay. Wait, what? No, I already created that. Character session registry. Character session registry. Yeah, I already have that. Wait, what? I lost track. So that's their chat service. Yeah. Dialogue. Yes. And game data modules. Game data tables. Okay. Now mail. Weird. How did they lost track? I thought that they had a nice system for that. Okay, mail service. Market. Almost there. But yeah, this is the biggest dependency injection module that they need to port. So technically we're very close already. Okay, root bundle, that's gonna take care of in a moment. Okay, so I think this was the last one. Now we need to populate this one. And this should be the same as the root bundle. So, character services. NPC services. Structure services. Gateway listener. Gateway server registry. Vault connection pool. Client connection. Game data tables. Wait, what's the difference between entity services and, for example, character services? Ah, I see. Well, a little bit weird, but sure. Yeah, this is weird. I think I need to rename this into the signal queue size histogram. Okay. Okay, that's done. Oh, and we have the test as well. Okay, should be good. So now we have the zone server services. Have that. Crap, we have a conflict. Boulder entity services. Yeah, that's both in the game and the zone server. So yeah, that needs to be renamed. Entity services. We can just move this technically to the entities folder. Yeah, that's good enough. One sec, what's going on? Status cake is being weird. It says that my forum is down. That's a lie. It's working. 429. What is 429? HTTP 429. Too many requests. Aha. Interesting. So looks like status cake tries to send too many requests. But okay, that's their problem. I don't care. So, right, so we have that. We finished all the dependency injection container definitions. That's good. Now the services. So app auth manager, have that. libuv worker pool, yes. Game data manager. Okay. For some reason it's not in the same order, I guess. Okay, session connection queue. Yeah, that's already zone server. Wait. Why doesn't it have the task scheduler service? It should have it. Doesn't. Okay. That is weird. I'm pretty sure I need that for something on the zone server, but maybe not. Maybe actually I don't register any cron jobs on the zone server, and it's only done by the vault server. Actually, yeah, that could be true. Okay, sure. So, crap, I lost track. So yeah, apath, libuv, game data. So I have those three. I get rid of the task scheduler. And now we need to convert all these startup services. One sec. Yeah. So session connection queue. So session connection queue. Let's close that. Session connection queue startup. This needs to be a service. Oops. Okay. So we have that. We need to return task completed task. Sure. And here. And we just move all of that. What is this? Ah, yeah, okay. Okay, so that's there. Now we changed the... Why is it so weird? What is this thing? Oh, that's a bug. Let's fix it. Okay. Yeah, now we change it here in the services. And we can add it right here. Now, network vault connection pool startup. Okay. Okay, now we rename this. Completed task. All of this gets moved to start. Oh. Okay, so let's do this stop and it should be moved here. But yeah, here we have another thing, the started thing. Technically, I can do that with the lifecycle hosted service. I guess I would have to. So what does this thing do? Vault connection pool. So it connects the zone server to the vault server. But yeah, only when it's finished. So why? Why do we even do it in this order? I guess for the router, right? Let's do it this way. Let's comment this out. Not comment, but let's remove it. And let's just note that this may have to be moved to the, what is called? Hosted lifecycle service dot started. Oops. Dot started async. But for now, we're just gonna keep it this way. Gonna remove this, remove that, and hope that it works. We're gonna just move this Vault connection pool startup from here to the very end. Not startup, but service. There should be a reason why I did this like that. It's probably because I needed the router to be there, but the connection to be initiated only when the zone server starts. So probably I would have to do that, but we'll see. I want to test it first. So now this thing needs to be registered right here. Yep. And we should be good. Okay, character session registry. Wait, where is it? In the sessions. Here it is. Copy this thing here. And this gets moved to here. Stop and gets moved to here. And that should be it. So, this now needs to be registered in the dependency injection container. And right here. Okay, timers. Timers. Entities, timers, timers. Okay, let's do entities, timers. There it is. Oof. Okay, let's copy this. All of that gets moved there. Stopping gets moved here. This can now be gone. This can be gone. And this can be gone. Now we need to register it. Okay, that's done. Okay, gateway listener. Oh. So network, gateway listener. And yeah, for this one, we would need to do the broker thing. But okay, again, that's what can I do in a moment. First, we need this. This. We need to move start services to start async. Stop and to stop async. That can be removed. That can be removed. And that can be removed. Now we need to register. And that's another typo. Okay, here and here. Okay, this one's done. Client virtual connection startup. I don't see it. Oh, there it is. It's changed. This is why I didn't see it. Wait, what? Wait, what am I looking for? Client virtual connection startup in the network. Oh, there it is. Okay. And the test class. So this needs to be changed slightly to be a hosted service. Okay, I'm gonna leave it changed basically. Now it should be good. Okay. So, this is done, but we have some problems. Like we need to figure out why I needed this vault connection pool to initialize here, but then actually start the connection when the whole application is finished starting. I have an idea, but yeah, I need to test it. And we have the connection broker that we need to fix. This one. So this one, what can I reuse here? Here, we can copy the zone broker factory and put it right here as gateway broker factory. Now let's try. There is no argument given that corresponds to required parameter logger. We have one more parameter. Listener host name. Yeah, I remember that. So we need another parameter here. Listener host name. We make it a field and we pass it here. Okay, good. So I have this broker factory. Now, we go there. And this now should become the factory. Okay. And now we need to pass this factory to the actual gateway service. Where was it? Gateway listener service, this one. So here we do broker factory. Broker factory. Wait, let's copy this to here first. So this is now not read-only. It's just a broker. Well, let me actually open the implementation that we did for the vault server. This is here. Yeah, it's just the broker. Then we do this thing. Everything else stays the same, except this is now conditional. Okay. Should be good. I'm probably missing a lot more stuff, but yeah. Let's first try to actually run it. Okay, so this is Ymirheim implementation. This is not what I need. I need the Boulder implementation. .NET build. Okay, what is this? Gateway listener module. Yeah, I forgot about this again. Let's fix it. What is this? Okay, build is successful. I'm pretty sure it's not gonna run, but let's at least check the dependency injection container. And yeah, we have some kind of problem. Oh. Oof. Come on, show me the actual error, the first error. Wow, that's some nice stack trace. What? So are we while validating the service descriptor of entity mapping app environment. Yeah, we need to look for that. So app environment quests, right. Yeah, this needs to be replaced with a config. The problem is we already have a data directory. But that's for game data tables, game data manager. So what we can do here is we can either replace this with the configuration and pull the config directly, but then this is probably gonna be a config for the quest table, which is probably not what I want to do. I want to actually reuse the same config setting that we have. Where do I have it? In the Boulder game. Game data manager right here. Actually, I can just point it to the same section. Data dir CSV provider. Game data manager provider. So game data manager needs the data provider, right? And data provider needs the folder. Yeah, this makes sense. CSV provider. Yeah, my idea was that maybe I could store these data directories directly in the game data manager, but nah, I cannot do that. So yeah, I guess it's gonna be a separate configuration section for the quest table. So we're gonna request that. Then we can copy this. Configuration, get section, get CSV, which is not suggesting. Okay. Game data directory. Well, I guess we can use the same section and the same entry for the quests as well. Select quests. So it could be like this. Why is this not being used? Weird, but okay. Okay, so this should be enough. Yeah, this should be enough. Do we have any other app environments? No. We also have 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙀, I guess. Maybe not. Let's try to start this thing and see if that resolved our problems. Probably not. No. But now I have a much smaller error. That's good. Oh, it's called iApp. I forgot. Yeah, we do have that. Module. Let's just remove all the dependency injection. Let's start up. Here, we need to get rid of this. Boulder app info. Boulder app info. Where is being used? Instance gate. Okay. Let's rename it. Okay. Anywhere else? Yeah, we have the same thing here. Okay. Startup. Okay. Should be good. Let's see. It's definitely not going to start because of the data tables, but what do we have here? World Connection Pool Service. Unable to resolve gateway broker. while attempting to activate default controller. What? Unable to resolve service for type gateway broker. Zone server network gateway broker. Ah. Oh no. Why are we using gateway broker for world default controller? Gateway broker. Ah, hostname and endpoint. Crap. I need the hostname and port number to let the gateway servers know where to connect. Okay, this is a much bigger problem. Let's close all of that. We could maybe use the broker factory instead and make these properties public. But I'm not sure. Yeah, and the problem is this broker is being created in the service. So here, gateway listener service. Broker factory. Technically, I can make this public. Like I can expose this field and then just request the gateway listener service from the controller and get the actual broker. Yeah, let's do that. That way I will actually have the correct broker endpoints. Do I have a refactoring for this? Hi. I just want a getter. And also let's make it a little bit safer. So if this broker equals null, then we throw new invalid operation exception. Let's do that. gateway broker is not started. Okay, and now we request this, no, not this. We request the gateway listener service within the controller instead of the broker. We remove the broker. Okay. We should be good. Okay, so what do we have here? I guess the data tables. No reference exception. What? Null reference exception in line 72. Why is this service being created before the actual data tables get loaded? How do we solve this problem? I guess this is because of the dependency injection container validation. But how do I solve this? Maybe actually not. Something needs this. So what do we have here? Chat command listener, right? It needs the chat command table. It gets the handlers. This can be actually moved to the actual chat command table itself. I see why this is done. But still, this is weird. Why are we requesting this service? Okay, it's the same problem that we had before, because the services are being built before actually being accessed. But why? What actually tries to access it? This is what I don't understand. Ah, Aha! So old connection pull service requires what? It requires the controllers. Some of the controllers probably requires iMessage listener, right? Chat message dispatcher. Chat message dispatcher. What does require that? Character controller factory. I don't know. This is weird, but I think what we can try is comment out this piece and see if it helps. Because it's pretty weird that it happens exactly in the service that we were questioning before, but we still have the same exact problem. This is weird. I don't understand what's actually going on here. So somehow old connection pull service get required service. Yeah, that's definitely not because of the what's his face? Okay, I see. I understand now. Yeah, it's not because of the container validation or anything. It's just because I'm using this thing in such a way that all these services are defined in one place, but then when I'm registering them as hosted service, I'm actually creating... No. No. It's not because of this. It actually gets to the run. Yeah, line 52. So it does run, but yeah, I see it's similar problem that we had before with the broker. So the thing that it works when we execute run, it tries to get all the services that are registered as hosted services at the same time. It just instantiates them, and then it runs them one by one. But when it does instantiate them, this game data manager, at the moment it's like instantiated, it's not actually loaded anything. It just has the information what it needs to load. But only when it starts, then it actually loads the game data tables. But here, not here actually, but somewhere in the dependencies of this vault connection pool, we have these chat services. And here, when we actually create instances of this thing, we expect the data table to be loaded. I need to somehow to move this thing to after it's been created. And I'm afraid that I cannot do that actually, unless I completely redo how this chat command listener works and extract it into a separate service. Yeah, this is weird on so many levels, to be honest. Like this handler thing. Okay, so here in chat handlers, we have all the register chat handlers, right? That are present in the dependency injection container. And those are singletons. Then we iterate over all the entries in the get commands table. We try to find the handler by the name. We're not actually requesting the instance of the type from the container, which we usually do. This is weird. Why it's done like that? Also, this logic of creating handlers it could be moved to the chat commands table itself. Because yeah, right now it only contains the metadata with just the handler name. Right. We could simplify this, so we could move all the actual instantiation of the handler to here. Then we don't have to do that right here. And we only need to register the commands inside the listener. But we still need to figure out how to do that. That's the main problem. So here we create the listener, which is just an implementation of iMessage listener. We could supply the game data table inside it. Yeah, this is weird. And I believe this is not everything. Let's take a look here. Chat module, we have way more commands. No, this is fine. But this needs to be changed. The problem is, yeah, I could theoretically just supply a game data manager into this command listener, but then I would still need to somehow trigger the registration of all these commands. I could do that on the first message, but I don't like that idea because the first message in chat will trigger all the login logic for it. And if we have any problems with the definition of the chat commands, it will only show up when we actually type anything in chat, which is not good. I want to be able to see any problems ahead of time when we just start the server. So probably the only way to do that would be to register this thing as a service, as a hosted service. So then we can just load the commands. I don't see any other way of doing this. Or chat command listener. It could just directly... Wait, what? Yeah, theoretically what we could do is we could move all the critical logic into the chat commands table, including like registering all the actual handlers. And the final table will just consist of list of all the commands by the command ID, with the command name. And then here in the chat command listener, we will only have the reference to the game data table, and each time on handle here, we will request that table and get the command out of it. Then we will be able to check the access level. We'll be able to execute the handler or show help. I guess so. That would be the best way, I think. Okay, and that's a problem. iChat command, what is that? Execute and show help. Right. Those are handlers. Okay, those handlers. Yeah, I guess, well, first of all, we need to build the index. How do I do that? Like that. Okay. So that's one step. We now have the index by the command name, I guess. Now we also need to include the handler. I guess we can refer to the skill handler table. To do that, we need the service provider. And what? Handler. And this should be iChat command. Oh. This is in the Baldur game library. But this type is in the zone server. Why? Why do we need chat commands in the game? We don't need that in the game. We need to move this to the zone server game data tables. Now we can do that. We can do that. Okay. So we have the handler. Now we can substitute this with handler. Sure, why not? So handler equals this. Okay, so this should be it. So chat commands table now actually assigns the handlers, and it actually is built by the command. It has the index by command. Okay. Now we remove this table from here. We don't need the handlers anymore. We do create the listener, but instead all of that, let's what is this? Command name, access level, handler. We don't need this anymore, right? We don't need the register, we don't need this list. Instead, we just do game data manager, and we store it in a field. And then here, command equals this game data get chat command. What? How is it called? Chat commands table. What's going on? There we go. Command table by command args 0. Do we trim it? Yeah, I guess we do. Remove empty spaces. So now we have that command. What if command is missing? Yeah, if command equals null, then we return command min access level, command min access level should log. Yeah, that should be it. So yeah, now we don't store any commands. Triggers are configurable. Priority is configurable. And this is configurable. And it's not dependent on the actual list of commands. So yeah, now we get the commands directly from the chat commands table. We should be good. Here we just need to add a service game data manager. And we don't need all of that anymore. And here we can just we can just return that. And actually we don't need now any of that because that will be automatically provided. So we should be good theoretically. So let's double check. So we register chat command listener. Chat command listener needs the game data manager, and it stores it. And the chat command log. Sure. Then when the chat event happens, check the triggers, check mute, parse the commands, try get the command from the table of commands. If it's not there, we just return. We check the access level. Then we stop propagation. and we execute it or show help. And we'll log the command if it's successful. Okay, good. Now let's double check the table. So the table needs service provider. Construct element, we get the handler name, we get the type, we get the service from the container by the type, and we assign it to the entry key. We also build it by command index. It looks good, looks good. So let's see what happens when we run the server now. Probably it's still gonna crash, but at least it should start trying to load the game data tables. No. Wait, what is this? Oh, that's the module. I mean, yeah, it's gonna be gone, but for now we need to fix it, I guess. That should be good enough. Okay. Yes, it starts loading the tables. No service for type show position command has been registered, even though it's there. Boulder zone server chat commands show position command. Ah, I'm registering those as instances of this iChat command. Now I guess I don't need it, right? Chat command component. What is this? Controller components. Chat command component. Oh no. Yeah, that's one custom thing that they did. Chat commands, certain chat commands, can store their values in the policies, in the session policies, and then restore those values into the session. Wait, what? How was that working? I guess this could be replaced with the game data table, and then we can just access the handlers directly, but yeah. So what do I have here? Set aggro level, for example. Ah. Yeah, this is a little bit weird, but it's nice. It's probably not done the best way, but yeah, basically a chat command can have this method, which being called during the initialization. And it can basically set the same values that it does in the command itself from the policy value and do some stuff. Yeah, probably this is not the best solution. Probably I should create some kind of maybe separate controller components for each of these commands. But this is just more convenient. So I think what I'm gonna do is, first of all, yeah, we need to get rid of all of this now. This is in the module, then where are the services? Here. So now we register the commands directly. And because we're doing that, we now need to use the game data manager here instead of chat commands. Also, yeah, we need to get rid of that, and replace that with the game data. Okay, now here, game data get chat commands table, all items. For each command and commands, if command dot handler is that thing, then we execute that. Okay, that should work. Oops. So yeah, this should work, but I probably should make it a little bit more generic instead of this hack. But let's see what happens. Field description does not exist in the CSV file. Yeah, I guess. Okay, now we have missing files. Okay, that looks good. That looks good. But while I remember, I also need to update the Ymirheim code base, chat module. Yeah, all of that should be gone. Like that. Also, that's supposed to be a singleton, actually. Oops. Let's first replace this with a singleton. And then we can get rid of that. And then the message listeners. Yeah, okay. Oof. I don't think I'm gonna recreate all the data files for the base Boulder implementation. Let's just move to the Ymirheim version and test it on that. At least now it starts. Well, somewhat starts. Still need to make sure that this works. Okay. But first I need to take a short break. Be right back in 2-3 minutes. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so I believe we're finished with the Boulder zone server implementation. Now we need to port the custom Ymirheim codebase. It should be easier, theoretically. Okay, so yeah, let's copy this into zone server. Let's close all of that. Program. Okay. Now let's compare the app files. So first of all, the modules. Okay. Boulder core, Ymirheim core. Then entity framework, Postgres, game data manager, validators. Yeah. World database, world log database. Entity skill handler, transaction log. Okay. Boulder zone server, services. And now, this is Ymirheim game services. Okay. And yeah, now the root bundle, which is Ymirheim zone server services. Okay. Okay, so technically we have all of that, but I still need to populate this thing. And just to be sure, let's finish with this services. So this I need to copy from Vault, Prometheus matrix. App_auth is commented out. libuv game data, libuv game data. Session connection queue. Yes. World connection pool. Yes. Character session registry. Have that. Timers. Gateway listener. Yeah. Client virtual connection. And test. Okay. Right, so we have all the basic configuration for the app. Now we can get rid of that, and let's populate this thing. So yeah, basically we need all of this. We need to port each module into the extension. So yeah, let's start. No, not hosted service. It's actually a static class. Okay. Probably should create an extension to replace a controller. Because this looks ridiculous. But I guess it's still gonna look ridiculous if I would still have to keep these controller names, full controller names. Actually, I have an idea how to improve that, but that's not gonna be today. I can rename this movement controller to, for example, Ymirheim movement controller. Then I don't have the conflict of the names. And yeah, I can create an extension to combine that stuff. But okay, that's for later. Right now, we just need to port the existing code into the new format. Okay, we have these two. Now character module. Okay, pretty straightforward so far. Now, what is this? All right. Have a custom implementation of certain tables. Okay. Root bundle is for later. This one. All right, okay, remember that. Okay, this is it, I guess. Now we need to put all of that together. So, services and Ymirheim character services. Yes. Chat services. Dialogue. Entity. Game data tables. Quest. Zone manager. Client connection module. And vault connection. Okay. This should be it. So theoretically, we should be done. Theoretically. Now let's try to compile it. What is this? Weird. But yeah, let's try to build it. That's net build. Okay, what is this? List chat oh no. Yeah, I forgot about this one. Command to list chat commands. Yeah, it's actually super easy. That was just a run namespace. Okay, let's run. And we have a problem. So what is this? Cannot load table server chat commands Could not resolve type. Toggle AI debugging command in assembly zone server. Boulder zone server. Could not resolve type. Wait, what? Why does it try to load it from Boulder Zone server, not from the current assembly? Interesting. I mean, I can probably specify the type of the assembly and the type. I mean, the assembly inside the type. But this is suspicious. This is very suspicious. How is it done in other tables? Throw on error. I mean, yeah, it's done exactly like that. It's weird that it's trying to load it from Boulder Zone server, not from the Colin assembly. So, well, we can try to fix it manually. So what if I set the assembly name here? Let's just try with this one, AI debug. Let's try with this one. If the first one works and it fails on the second one, yeah, list attributes. So yeah, I guess I would have to manually specify the type, which is weird, but sure. I guess now it defaults to the assembly where this thing is defined, I guess. Yeah, I guess we're just gonna have to do this for every command. I could probably do that with search and replies, but I'm already like halfway through. Let's skip the Boulder versions for now. God, why did I create so many commands? Oof. Okay, so it should be all the Ymirheim server commands. Yes. Now, Boulder. Just in case. I know that it defaults to that assembly, but let's just manually specify it to avoid any future problems. Okay, moment of truth. Why is it so slow? Okay, now service for type. Oh. Where the hell is it? Zone instance template. Spawn categories. Okay, so why do I need this? Oh no. Another bunch of directories. The geodata. Okay, what else? Module. Okay. So this needs to be changed to iConfiguration. And crap. Where was the data directory that I... Oh, the quest table. So I can copy it from here, I guess. Oh. So game data. Yeah, we can just do this. Right, now suggestions for this one. Boulder core configuration. Is that it? I guess so. Oh. Configuration. And I guess let's look for iApp. Module. Yeah, I guess this is it. Right, another try. Come on. Oh, it started. Okay, so all the data tables are loaded. Let's start the vault. Wait, what? Run. I don't see the connections to the vault. Yeah, I commented that out. So, yeah, now back to this thing. We need to uncomment this. And let's try to move it to almost the very bottom. I still need the test to be at the bottom. So let's try to run it like that and see what happens. Because I'm pretty sure that that line was for a reason. It's just I don't remember for which one. Yeah, for this one, I guess. So what is this? Create instance. Wait, what? Zone instance prototype table. Okay, this is something different. Yeah, I know why this is a thing. So I forgot to remove that. So I need to actually set this property, not this. Let's remove that. And replace this. Okay. Should be good. Huh. I think we're actually good. Okay, well, this started. Let's see if the gateway connects. Yes. Okay. So this is good, actually. Why did they do this thing on started event, but the actual service was somewhere above? The only reason for that would be the controllers. Where could they need these controllers without the connection itself? I don't think there is any reason for that. So it should be good that we just move this service to the very bottom and leave it at that. But yeah, I could theoretically move this to a separate method of this hosted lifecycle service, it would work. It would do exactly what it did before, but I don't see any reason to actually do that. I'm not sure why I separated these calls. I think that was just because I didn't want to move and reorder the services themselves. I think I just wanted to make sure that this old connection always starts connecting only after the full app is started. But I don't really need to do it like that. So it looks like this works. Let's try to restart the zone server. And see if any problems appear. Because this is a world connection pool. Like zone server on itself doesn't contact the world before we actually initiate the connection. It's a slave to the world. So it just connects and tells the world that I'm here, I'm ready to host some zones. And only then the zone server will actually request to create some zone instances on the zone server. So we should be totally fine. And so far it actually looks good. One thing is I am noticing that the paths are relative. Maybe it would be a good idea to output the full path in here. Because yeah, previously when I was using the app environment in path maps, it actually gave me full path. So yeah, I did see the actual full path here. Technically it's okay, I think. Okay, let's see if we can actually start the client. 1 sec. I guess it's gonna be a big surprise now with a bunch of exceptions. Okay, we have one exception. And it's weird. So an exception has been raised that is likely due to transient. So this is Postgres. It tries to connect to localhost. It should try to connect to Docker. No connection could be made to the target machine. Why? Like it should use localconf. I know why. I know why. Now we have different environment names. Begging, please. Okay, we should be good now. Let's restart the whole, all the servers. Okay. For some reason it's pretty slow on some of the tables. Maybe I can take a look and find why. Okay, let's try again. Okay, so far so good. No exceptions so far. Okay, pendant connection. Okay. It's actually working. Do we have chat comments? Yes, we do. And we can move between maps. Okay. I think it actually works. So I don't need that. And I don't need this. Do we have quests? We do. I'm just gonna test one quest step and call it a day. Yes, it works perfectly fine. Okay, that's good. Okay, what else? So I'm pretty sure we are migrated everything. I don't really like that we are reusing the configuration like that. Especially hard-coding the default values in multiple places across the code base. But yeah, I don't see any other solution. We could create a separate class called like game data settings or something and put a data_dir property in there. Yeah, that could be an option. But for now, it actually works. For now, it's good enough. Okay, I was actually expecting much more problems with the zone server because it's way more complex than any other projects in here that we migrated previously. But yeah, only the command list gave us some problems. But that's okay, we figured it out. Okay, so I think this is it for today. Let's find someone to raid. Who do I have? Let's raid 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂. Okay, so what did we do today? We finished migrating to the .NET generic host. Still need to probably tidy it up a little bit. Yeah, I need to like delete all of the bundles, modules from the previous implementation. I need to basically tidy it up a little bit and commit everything to the Git repository. But yeah, so far so good. It actually works. We did have to fix some pretty big problems, but it didn't take a lot of time. So yeah, this is gonna be it for today. Tomorrow is Friday, right? Yeah, tomorrow is Friday, so we will continue playing Conqueror's Bed Fur Day. And yeah, thank you everyone for watching. Hope you have a nice rest of the day, and see you next time. Bye-bye.